Woo! Huh? Where are we? Earth? Oh, yeah, yeah, Earth, right. Hola, hola. Good old Master Duel. Let's get that going. Hello, Ash. Pretty fun game. Gotcha. No rush. 17 minutes. Well, don't feel obligated to play me today. I will play if you want, but if you want to get a deck ready next week, that's okay too. Alright, 1 second, I'll be right back. Hola. Synchro Cup's coming up. Okay, let me check the date on that. Okay, when's it end? Okay, we'll do this next week. Classic card. I am excited to play it today. It's got really good artwork. The guy being caught in the bottomless trap hole, he's fine. We see him later. He's like he's Mr. Rambo. Him and the it's like the orange imp and the knight, like the big three monsters in the trap hole artworks. It's a cool card. GG. You want to play 2 out of 3? We're doing structure decks. Let me see if I can buy a structure deck. Oh yeah, they have a spell book. I didn't know they had a spell book structure deck. I knew there was new spell book cards a while back, but that's cool. Oh, Gaia the Fierce Knight structure deck? Yeah, let's do that. Alright, I'm gonna do a ladder match. Let me know when you're ready. Or a ladder game. Good song. Excuse me. Oh, nice. Good negate. That's so cool that the effect overwrites and acts like it's your opponent discarding your cards. It's really good for Dark Worlds in general. GG. It's a funny new dueling buddy. Nice. Oh yeah, he's cool. Speaking of, also a cool monster. And these guys. Good search. Oh, that's a fun mill effect. Self-mill. This card's interesting. I've never seen this one. Huh. Yes. I got the first word TRK. Are you trying to say you touched grass today? Ooh. Battling Boxer's nice. Haven't learned grass yet on TRK. I don't think that's a language. Now learning like grass and Highlander, you could play more of that type. That'd be cool. It's the last word you're gonna learn. That's a little concerning. TRK might need to be a top priority. It should be. For your own good. Benefit. Oh, you can get like a swimming pool, graveyard, and remove from play theme. And they're lifesavers. Nice. That must be in the update. TRK, are you saying that Sax is a legendary hero? Okay, that might be a little bit of an over-exaggeration. As of before he left, he was still kind of the heel of the community overall, so if that's not what you said in Spanish, feel free to let the class know. Nice. Spain banned sax in 1873. Yeah, TRK, what history book are you reading? World of Fiction, written by you? Okay, that makes more sense. Is that the only, quote, fact you have in the book right now? You just started writing it today? No need to say anything. I got it. I love that this card can shuffle in extra deck monsters. Good negate. Oh, 65th page of the lore book. TRK, maybe we shouldn't have a lore book. Also, if it's fictional, if it's like, what is this? Historical inaccuracies. You're gonna try to teach a college class, and it's just a giant meme. It's just a giant class of historical inaccuracies. Failing the test will pass the test. TRK, I don't know if you'll get many, long-term students. They might try to succeed and then they'll fail. They might think to pass the test. They might say George Washington was the first president of the United States, but you're wanting them to say George W. Bush. TRK, that could be even more difficult. Fictional history class. Oh boy, Spire lore. Oh, I got you. Hold on. I'll put in the active games channel too. Oh, okay. GG. He's leaving! Is Ash still here? He's endured. He's patient. Ash, you can come on out now. It's safe. Here you go. Alright, TRK, go touch 10 lawns. Good on you. This is not the evolution of Kabuto. That would be Kabutops. Kana Kabuto is pretty cool though. Hello, Quick. How are you? Which deck? Oh, excuse me. Glad you're doing well. It's been fun playing. I guess since 2011, yeah. I like their deck too. Nice. It's cool that Dark Magician Girl has her own version of Dark Magic Attack, and it's like White Burst Stream, the Blue Eyes White Dragon version. And then there's a No, I don't think Red Eyes has one right now. I think we can actually quickly find out through a chain. Hold on. He does, yeah, that's right, that's right. This counts. I was thinking of attack spells. Oh, no, yeah, it's this. Yeah, he does. Yeah, Inferno, Fire Blast, that's right. Oh, it's so cool. That's right, that's right. Yeah, she's got her own version of that. It's cool. Dark Magician Girl has that too, yeah. GG. Cool card. Good song. Who made the playlist? Oh yeah. Seriously, that gets me a lot. Just catchy songs like this. I'm like, oh! Good old factory beat from the Lost Vikings. GG. Pro Stringer, stop. How was your vacation, man? Good to hear from you. Stop. That's inaccurate, sir. Mods? Oh, wait. How's it going? Oh, stop. No obligation. How was the vacation, though? Would love to go back to Ireland already. You know, I think that's one of the best signs of a good vacation is when you're already like, when can I go back? Seriously. I love hearing that. That's awesome. Okay. Food was good. Drinks. Did you get in an Irish pub brawl? Excellent butter and Guinness. Ha! There you go. Hey! Oh, they want to hear about it. Take it away, cool dude. They're listening. Gaelic football finals. Oh, nice. Oh my gosh, the county you were in won grand finals. Wow. Whoa. That's like that's literally like having a vacation in Kansas City as we win the Super Bowl, like the Chiefs, or if the Royals win the World Series. Yeah, I mean, you're already going to see a bunch of partying even before a win or loss on average, so wow. You're building poker nights? Okay. Speaking of different spelling, I am still, I'll be playing that in an hour. I look forward to it like every week. My brother, a while back, bought me, where is it? Buckshot Roulette. So if I ever get all the items in Poker Night, the inventory too, I'm gonna move to that game. Basically one. I'll see how the game goes, but roughly around the same average time span every Wednesday, same time slot. Classic arcade games, gotcha. It does seem kind of arcadey, which is cool. Like Smash 64's classic mode. Like Super Smash Bros. Classic mode in general. Right, the 13K. Yeah, I had to be careful with the rules there, because the main goal really is to get 13,000 life points. But technically, you could win by mill, destiny board, gimmick, puppet, Leo. So I had to make sure those were checked pretty well. Ooh, nice. I think they negated Abyss Megalo and not Dragoons, yeah. Okay, you can still run mill, by the way. I should add that. You can actually, you're not banned for running mill. If you beat me cool dude with like needleworm swarm. Good for you. Good for you. I will tell you, I am definitely going after the life point goal, but I totally don't mind if you play like Empty Jar or something. Yeah, because I can't, I mean, obviously you can't really stop deck outs if it happens. But you can obviously stop cards that say you win the game, so. But I don't mind if people won by deck out, so. We could risk this. Oh, you know what? We could try to Doom Kraken next turn. Hold on. Let's see if we can wall a bit with Doom Kraken. I think Sea Stealth 2 stops my water monsters from being targeted. But they can target my Yumis. Yeah. Okay. That's pretty good. Hey. I love this guy's original form. This form's cool too. I mean, obviously it's kind of sad. The archetype itself is pretty sad. They're like mind controlled, basically. All these classic monsters. Ghost in the attic. He's cool too. Nice, good attacks. Nice. GG. TRK, the final boss of the Mega Man X games, is running a live stream right now? Why didn't you tell me earlier? That sounds hype. What, did he hack himself into Mega Man's X 1 through 8 as the playable character? Yeah, go check out his stream. Hopefully he's a nice guy. The redemption arc. Ooh, nice. That draw 2, the Stratos spell, I guess trap destruction. GG. What's up, Curb? How are you? Good emotes, good emotes. Okay, TRK, can you let Curb just exist? Can he just breathe air? You know, I'm sure Curb's touched way more grass than you in the past, like, week. TRK, go touch grass. Go learn more Spanish. Be productive in society. There you go, TRK. That sounds like some good goals right now. Drink water. Say hi to your neighbors. Make the world a better and safer place. There we go. What are we drinking tonight, Curb? Or this morning? I got donut shop coffee. Not from a donut shop, but Some coffees are flavored that way. They're called donut shop. You know what? Hold on. Krispy Kreme? Actually, they do have their own coffee. It's pretty good. No, this is actually Walmart donut shop coffee. I like it. Well, yesterday I had chocolate coffee. That was good too. TRK, what happened to Spanish? You're saying one of the only French things you've ever said. TRK, are you okay? You're like a broken record whenever you see Curb. Like, it's all. What do you think the rate is? You know, it's like what? A 25% chance you and Curb are in the same live stream chat room. You say that French line. That's a little concerning, TRK. You're glitched out. Maybe you need to. You know what? Actually, you know what? YouTube has this feature where I can take an exact sentence and ban it. Huh. But you know what? I love Dexter's Laboratory. We're not going to do that. We're not going to be petty like that. I'm Dutch. I cannot be short. Define short, TRK. And then I bet we can find some people in the Netherlands that are below average height. Male and female. Man and woman. Short babies. Cheap coffee not possible. This is Starbucks. You know what? Hey, I'm gonna give Starbucks a shout out. So there's been construction at my house this whole week, which is why I didn't do early afternoon streams this week, right? And the Starbucks in my town, TRK's been there, the town I grew up most of my life in. They got a new Starbucks, and it's like new Starbucks, right? Excuse me. It's so new that I've noticed it's like around a year old now, and it doesn't get a lot of people compared to other Starbucks, but it's like futuristic new, right? Like usually Starbucks runs out of dark roast early afternoon, late morning at times, right? This place has dark roast on demand, and what's interesting is Starbucks has been pushing a new agenda for people that work there. Like if you bring your computer there and you're working at Starbucks, it's only like, what was it, like $2.89 is unlimited like coffee, whether it's like hot or ice. I think it includes tea. And this whole week, I literally have some gift card money. I go up to them. I just say, you can say like small coffee mug. They hand you a mug of whatever hot coffee you want. And then today I tried it out. You can switch over to iced whenever you want. I like their iced coffee more than hot, but they're both good. Anyway, I want to give a shout out to the one in my hometown, and then the one in Lee Summit by Super Target. They were all so kind, just in general. I'm not kidding. Like, I don't know if there's Starbucks scouts watching, but yeah, they definitely are doing pretty well. Definitely, what was it? Lee Summit. I've been to the Independence one a while back. Lee Summit, Independence, Blue Springs. What other Starbucks have I been to lately? Is there any other location? Well, if you're any district managers listening, they're kind of killing it. Just overall. And see, so I have to give a shout out there because they're pushing this new like they want to do like a whole cafe thing, like they want to dial up the stay at the cafe approach, and the deal is pretty amazing. So I wanted to bring that up. That being said, also please do support local cafes in general too. I know that could be fierce competition, but man, the service has been so great from those people in general. All the places have been clean, and I've been getting a lot of work done this week. And if I say it's Highlander related, TRK is going to ask for leaks, so that's that anyway. Oh, TRK's gone. We're good. Oh, pumpkin spice. I've actually never had pumpkin spice coffee. I'm down to try, though. That sounds pretty good. German home class played. German home class. Uh-oh. German home class. TRK is not here. Yeah, it sounds like he's gone. I did not expect the array of clown emotes ASAP. You got me, Curb. You got me. You got a mess. Oh, here we go. Hold on. He's not done. He's going to make up some story. Okay. Oh, wow. Maybe TRK is not making a story up. Good for you, TRK. The chat is now yours. Oh, okay. TRK, that's pretty bold knowing that Cool Dude's around. AKA a good, honest, loyal moderator. Curb is gone. I'm sure he's still around. GG. I'm gonna get some coffee while I queue up. Here you go, Curb. It's pretty good. Now, is the Eagle's Perch a donut shop? We are not a donut shop. Could we sell donuts in the future? Yes. Would I run a big convention tournament, a festival with TF2, Pokemon Highlander, P Plus Melee, and sell donuts there? And coffee? Yes. Stay tuned. Is TRK banned? That's up to TRK. Moderators, stay civil. Keep him in check. Let's hope TRK stays civil. Yeah, moderators, just, you already know the drill. Prioritize civility, staying civil. TRK, you might want to, get back on the fine line here. Get back on track to reality. Stay tame, down to earth, learn more Spanish, be educated overall. There you go. Uh-oh, TRK, is the live stream chat your note-taking spiral? Is this to show the Duolingo owl that you're studying so he doesn't break into the back door today? Locks and all. Break through the back door. There you go. GG. Oh, I got Ruran. Cool. I like that they just give you free cards too when you duel every now and then. I like that a lot. Not counting the packs, like you basically get a bunch of free packs too by playing. But they just give you free cards too. It's really cool. Reminds me of old like Pokemon leagues where you'd get like free promo cards. Nice. People like my Yugioh videos. Well, I'm happy they enjoy it. Again, no obligation. But if we're talking just like enjoyment, not clicking the button, great. Could I go the rest of my life and no one clicks the like button and I'll be okay? Yep, absolutely. PSA, PSA, PSA. I'm glad people are having a good time. Normally mimes can't talk. Wait, are you saying TRK is a mime or a clown? There is a difference, Curb. You'll try to find a deck brainless enough. No deck is brainless. Pokemon, Magic, Yu-Gi-Oh, I'm not a fan of that term in general. I'm just not a fan of when people try to discredit others and say brainless. Or in fighting games, you know, good old Dale playing like Street Fighter 5. And then like I've never liked Akuma, but when I see Akuma do like, you know, a combo ending in Tatsumaki, I'm not gonna be like Dale where he'll say things like brainless, corny, you know, with certain, he says that to a lot of things, just kind of in general, but I'm not gonna say that. I understand the work going on there. Yeah, no obligation. So, like I was telling Cool Dude, I think a lot of people talking here know this. 8:15, I play Poker Night 2. My brother did buy me that card game. Buckshot Roulette. So if I ever get all the items in Poker Night 2, I will rotate to that game. That should be fun. GG. TRK language be like. It's getting to that point. You know, I say that, but he's learning Spanish. So I actually can't say that. TRK is actually expanding his linguistic knowledge. Or else what? You're gonna throw donuts at them? Well, that would be a crime. That could hurt them. Don't worry, it's all good. I just want people to have a good day. Just in general. Hydrate. Watch some Muppets. Has there really ever been a bad Muppet episode? I'm sure the average Muppet episode will bring a smile to your face. There you go. Sounds like a good day. Hello everybody, my name is Markiplier and I am on the Muppets. Oh my gosh, Markiplier. That's quite the show to get on. Was he here? Subscribe to who? Markiplier? If you want to. He seems like a pretty good down-to-earth human being. I never watched a ton of him growing up. He was kind of pushing YouTube when I was in high school. But my brother did get me to start watching his new playthrough of the new Five Nights at Freddy's game. I mean, he still got it. Not that I doubt that he didn't. I love how he makes fun of like his own memes that he spawned. Not like he actually meant for it to become a meme, but he's definitely down for like making fun of that. Is that the bite of 87? Yeah, he just like casually drops that while he's playing the newest game. It was pretty funny. So, okay. Once again, if you check the community Discord, where is it? You know what? Let's pull up the screenshot. Hold on. Look at this. Look. I got proof. Hold on. Okay. Okay, hold on. Okay. Hello, welcome to my TED Talk. Here you go. So, this has been off for like, what, over 2 weeks? Basically, right when the crown mechanic came out on YouTube, I toggled this off ASAP. It is off, but I think YouTube is not used to people wanting to turn it off ASAP, so it's still like glitched to still be on. And so, unfortunately, a byproduct is TRK here is like, yes, I'm #1! And TRK, here you go. Go watch some Sesame Street, learn what this is. Alright. You know what? It's, I will never stop laughing at when you two interact in general because of my brother's first impression in person. When you guys met in the Costco parking lot, and my brother's like, he basically was like, oh, you're a lot more quiet in person, and yet here's TRK online, total 180 difference. It was so funny because, yeah, it's true. He's a lot more quiet in person, but when he's behind the keyboard, you might as well almost play Angry German Kid. I'm slamming the keyboard. Your alter ego. Here we go. Yeah, TRK, I'm not going to call Aspire fan talk. It is established as TED Talk. That is okay. We're not trying to take over the brand. Call it Spire fan talk. No, we're good. New series? Oh, here we go. TRK, it's like way past your bedtime. You might need some sleep. I think you do need sleep. I don't think I've ever had a moderator say that to TRK. Oh gosh, TRK, you know he's angrily typing right now. Hold on. Okay, here we go. This is not mod behavior. Wait, what's not moderator behavior? Rigged? TRK, I have to ask. You've been saying rigged for a few years now. Did you get that because of President Trump? Are you trying to go like rigged? Well, when I've heard you say it, you don't say it like him. And then when you say it on, when you say it in person, you're just kind of like, rigged. But then when you say it behind a computer screen, I mean, I'm actually surprised this wasn't typed in all caps. You know what, Niall, I will say, there is a reason TRK has been around these streams for over 2 years, and he's not a moderator. I'm serious. TRK, I've warned you. You've been in the negative range for a long time. Constant pettiness. TRK, you tried to claim yourself as my agent. If I scroll up, I see it again. You're like, I'm the agent or something like that. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see. Yes, but I'm his agent, so I'm number 1. Okay. See, TRK, and you wonder why you're in the negative range. Go run with scissors. You're telling them to go touch grass, right? Not actually run with scissors. That is dangerous. You had a typo with their username. There you go. GG. I'll do one more and then I'll play poker. Now that I think about it, I don't think you two have ever been in the same Marvel Rivals party on stream yet. I think when I've played in a group with both TRK and Nile, it's been separately both times. Alright, well, hopefully you guys have good teamwork if we ever all play in the future. Nile, you might need to prepare for TRK picking Mantis and trying to dance in front of you with the flute emote over and over. Just, prepare. TRK, you don't have to do that. You could swap up emotes. Maybe think about you might be getting in their way. That might hurt the team. Maybe it helps entertain them. You did in preschool like a true cool dude. You ran with scissor. TRK, you're just admitting to I mean, TRK, that's we're lucky we're lucky you're not hurt. Oh boy. Mantis is going to get banned every competitive game because Team Up is broken and Luna Snow. Excuse me, is the Team Up with Loki? The Mantis Team Up? Broken? TRK, that's a pretty big claim. The games are shutting down? You can't even play? That might get patched right now. Oh, that's a cool looking card. I like the kind of motor engine. That's awesome. He's cool too. Well, TRK, do you have a backup if Mantis is banned? Penny Parker. Scarlet Witch. Excuse me. Ooh, nice. That's such a good introduction to that melodic line. Or the call and response. I like the harmonies, the reverb. Yeah, the way those synths come in are really good. This is Isochrony by Decisive Koala. Great composer. Melodic TRK, not Milotic, the Pokemon. TRK, it might be more Spanish time. Learn Spanish for sleep and hydration. And then go to bed and drink water tomorrow morning. Oh wait, it's morning in the Netherlands. Drink water in like 5 hours. GG. Alright, let's play poker. Get B. What's B2? B2 Spanish? That's your goal at the end of this year? Oh, proficiency. Okay. Well, TRK, best wishes. Hopefully you learn the word humble in Spanish. That could help a lot.
Ready for more, I see. Tonight's tournaments have a $20,000 buy-in.
Hey, where'd my money go?
To a pleasant upstate farm where it has room to play with all its currency friends.
Fold.
Call.
I raise.
I like these cards. Not like. That'd be weird.
Humble's not an important word.
I'll call that.
Unfortunately, that sounds on brand for TRK. TRK, we need to change your branding. Just a little bit. Actually, a lot, but let's start with some small steps. The first small step is hydrate, then learn humble, then get more sleep. There you go.
Betting.
Ha. I raise.
I'm detecting an alarming level of chronoton emissions in the general vicinity. Are any of you time travelers?
I'm all in.
Damn.
I haven't seen a pot that big since the attack of the 50-foot sous chef.
What the hell? Guess I'll call. Yeah.
Your branding is unique in Alanos Gateway.
Damn.
Claptrap has a straight, and Ash has a straight. Claptrap wins with the high straight.
Woo, that's gonna hurt.
TRK, unique,
You lucky son of a bitch.
unique
Ash
doesn't
has been
always mean
eliminated
good.
from the tournament.
Ouch. Wendy is gonna kill me. Well, not literally. At least I hope not. I don't really have a good track record on that front.
TRK, didn't K. Willie say at the Royals game that you and Sax are actually a bit similar? So how unique are you? Well, you know what? Sax is gone. Hold on. TRK, I think we're looking for infamous.
I raise.
Hole cards like these should be buried in a hole and never spoken of again.
I call. Check.
Do 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 do. Game on, flesh bags.
10,000 raise. It's pretty good.
Ah, come on, call it. It'll be fun.
Claptrap steals the pot.
If this keeps up, I may have to upgrade my chassis to store all my money.
You've optimized your branding metagame. Yup. If by optimize you mean haven't gotten that far. In fact, you've gotten pretty far in being infamous. Yeah!
I haven't seen a streak this ugly since Max accidentally sprinkled horse laxatives into Bosco's Benangatini.
And you know what, TRK? Now's the time to stop, if that's what you mean. It was time to stop, like, what, 2 years ago? Like, maybe right when I met you? When you joined Woods? Wait, that TRK actually seemed alright. He was sharing poems. He was working on poetry. TRK, do we read your poems on stream tomorrow?
Call.
Check or bet? Check. Bet. Check. Bet. Raise. My sensors indicate that you're way too big a loser to call me.
5 and a 7. What's his raise? Okay.
I'm out.
I kind of thought there'd be one of those Walking Dead guys at the table tonight.
Oh, you know how it is with video game characters. Give them a little bit of fame and it all goes to their heads. Oh, fuzz.
Big
Really?
mistake, Junior.
Read 'em and weep. Seriously, your tears nourish me. Dude.
Mr. Trap has 2 pair, and our silent friend has 3 of a kind. The player wins.
If I had a hand like that, it'd look really weird on the end of my dog arm. So like I was saying, even secondary characters like that goofball Larry wanted script approval.
What a jerk.
Max and I have been around for 25 years, and even we don't get script approval.
Don't have a cow, man.
What about the zombies?
They're not so good with the repartee. There was talk about overdubbing them, but that got us in trouble with the zombie unions.
Hey, you gotta watch out for those guys. They'll eat you alive.
I call.
Eche, Oozer's Lay.
Chikorema.
Dude, sweet. Not this time.
Fold.
The player takes the pot.
Why would I need to change my branding if it's working? Yeah, TRK, you got the charts for me? Oh, you don't want me to read the poetry on stream? Isn't that part of your branding? What's going on, TRK? Pick a route. It'll help you out.
Call.
It looks better to commit.
Welcome to the party, kid.
Calling.
I call.
The TRK, aren't those your poems?
Let's poke this pot with the pointy sticks of mathematical certainty.
You can't spell fold without fold. Meh.
Sam takes the pot.
Don't be discouraged. Running in fear is a pretty natural response to a 6-foot-tall dog with a gun.
These blinds are too low for players of your obvious skill. Let's bump them up to 600 and 1200.
They're still in their beta versions. You know what, TRK? You know what should be in the final version? Being humble.
I'll fold.
That sounds like good branding already.
Been bothering me about you.
Is it my wrong?
New year, new you.
magnetism?
Well, yeah, but what I'm really wondering about is your wheel.
What about it? I don't have toilet paper stuck on it again, do I?
No, but you've only got one. How do you stay balanced?
Oh my god, you're right! Just kidding. I got more gyroscopes up in here than the Hubble.
Don't laugh. Don't laugh. Check.
Don't laugh.
All in.
Who the what now?
Well, that was a clever move that won't come back to bite you in your ample posterior.
Nice. Yippee!
The player has 2 pair, Sam has 2 pair. Sam wins with the higher pairs.
Winning streaks are like dating a beautiful woman. Enjoy them while you can, because it's only a matter of time before they dump you for being weird and clingy.
Well, things you can change yourself, Sam. Best wishes to you in your life, in general.
I like the cut of these cards, Jib. I'm in.
I didn't realize cards had jibs.
Or that you could cut them.
Great day in the morning.
I'd buy a lot of Bowie knives. Fold.
I think you should know that the Claptrap General Purpose Robot is designed to be completely immune to outrageous bluffing. I call.
I fold.
Looks like old Clappy's just bought himself a big old sack of pain.
Hey, Peter. Is that your line? Well, you said Peter, so that sounds like Lois. Peter. Okay, TRK quoting Lois. Okay. She's my favorite character on the show. Does she have some infamous moments? Yeah, there's some bad ones, but she's overall just pretty well rounded.
No.
Mr. Fun
We're just saying a lot for that show.
A pair of 5s, and you have a pair of jacks. The player wins the hand.
You're more emotional than most of the robots I've met.
All CL4P TP General Purpose Robots are equipped with 8th generation emotive resonators, allowing them to mimic a panoply of human emotions, ranging from sarcastic sympathy to wildly unbridled enthusiasm.
So you don't actually feel emotions, you just fake them?
There's a difference?
Let me get back to you on that.
I've never seen him fold like that.
Nope.
Where he waits for a bit. Like hesitates.
Call. I dare ya.
On 7,800.
I'm all in.
Oh, fuzz nuggets.
Oh, come on.
Brock's the Terminator. TRK, he's not played by Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Oh!
The player has
He is played by
2
Patrick
pair.
Warburton.
Brock has 2 pair.
You
The
could hear
player
him there.
wins
That's a
with
big
the higher
Patrick
pairs.
Warburton tell.
Brock Samson
Great
has
actor,
been
in
eliminated.
general.
Brock, do you require assistance?
I'm fine.
If you had cards like these, you'd pay anything to see the flop. But for now, I'll just call.
Call.
TRK, hold on. This is midway through the poker game. What happened to being humble? Whoa! TRK, I could lose. Whoa! Gates Barbecue? Hold on, TRK. I haven't won any money, and it's digital money. I can't use this to buy gates. It's a fun game, though. Hold on. Don't worry, TRK. If you come back during Christmas, we'll get gates again. There you
I
go.
think I'll let you lovebirds pitch your woo without me.
We'll get you more sauce.
Here's my bet now. So call me maybe.
$8,600 call. Okay.
I'm gonna check. Check, please.
No, Brock is the blonde guy.
The little robot has a pair of queens, and the player has a pair of queens. The player wins with an ace kicker.
How is Claptrap the Terminator TRK? They're both robots? Is that like saying I'm Sax because I'm human? Huh?
There's no shame in folding if you don't have a good hand. I just thought you should know.
Actually, you know what, TRK? You're onto something. L! Here you L! There you go. There's my Sax impression.
I like these cards. Not like. That'd be weird.
Check. Jack?
I bet.
Talk to the manager. Why? And tell them they're doing a good job at Gates Barbecue? Yeah, you should. 4,200 call. Okay.
Nah.
I think I'll bet.
Ooh, I think he's got like a king. Okay.
A judicious poker player knows the importance of a well-timed fold. And then there's you. Sam takes the pot.
Just so you know, I was bluffing my butt off in that hand.
You know what? Good job, Sam, if you were.
I enjoy them even more when
I thought he had a king. Maybe he had two kings.
1600.
Could be a king and, what was it, a queen was on the board. Could have both. I think he definitely could have two of his cards were matching and they were separate cards. I think he could have had that. One of them probably was a king. That's kind of like my prediction there. He's pretty good with like his bets and stuff.
Question, don't you?
Seriously, can you blame me? How often does a guy get a chance to chat up a talking dog? It's like interviewing a unicorn.
Fine. 3 questions, but nothing about my privates or floor scooting.
I'm going all in.
Oh, fuzz nuggets. I fold.
Okay, TRK, you're trying to make a game and the rules here. Doesn't sound like we're going to have poker night anytime soon. And if we do, if you win, that doesn't mean you're getting moderator. Anyway. You know, TRK, you say that, but you know who's pretty good at poker? Ryan. So, that would be entertaining to see you play Ryan in poker. With money on the line. Ryan is a moderator.
Kill it with fire!
Claptrap has a pair of aces. The player has 2 pair. The player wins. Mr. Trap has been eliminated from the tournament.
Wow! That was a big ball of suck! I'm off to play a few million hands of video poker. See ya!
Hello, Sam. Ryan's not part of the resistance. That's true. Alliance resistance, they're not acknowledged by any country. And TRK, Sax is gone. You won. Wasn't that your whole group's ambition? Even though they weren't recognized by any country? Aren't you going to just take a vacation now, TRK? You won, huh? Is your hard work done? Was it breaking your bones? Painstaking?
Oh, hush. Check. Hey, Max, what do you think I should do?
Follow your dreams before they turn into nightmares?
About the hand, chucklehead.
Oh, check.
The player has king high. Sam has ace high. Sam wins with an ace kicker.
The next time you play, you might want to have better cards.
You did not win. Wait, now TRK, this is a full 180. You want Sax back? TRK, what? Remember what I said earlier about it can be really strong to commit to a path here? Just in life in general? What's going on? You're like playing Yahtzee. Oh, you're flipping a coin.
Raise.
What happens when Sax comes back? The cycle continues. You get rid of Sax.
I don't want to alarm you, but I think you're having a psychotic break.
TRK, this is a little concerning.
I'll bet.
Oh, is that a big bet? That's pretty big. Need a 9 for a straight. That's okay.
Sam takes the pot.
Hey, I won again. I wonder what that means.
It means you're on a roll, baby. Bet everything.
Looks like it's just you and me. I hope you brought some antibiotics, because this is gonna sting.
I love these little moments of quiet before the crying starts, don't you? Well, that was a clever move that won't come back to bite you in your ample posterior.
Oh, Sam. Think of all the hamdingers we could buy with that.
Shh, I'm thinking. All in. Great day in the morning.
Nice.
Ha! No! I mean, yes.
The player has a pair of 7s. Sam has 2 pair. Sam wins.
Sam wins the tournament and the hearts of millions.
And that's how we do things downtown, homies.
We?
That's how I do things downtown, homies.
Homies?
In recognition of your minimal competence, the inventory would like you to have these inventory tokens.
GG. No Gates Barbecue. TRK, if you come visit during Christmas, we're going to get Gates, like I said. You're not going to starve. TRK, it was a fun game. GG, we got to be humble. TRK, you were like, we're winning. Whoa. And no, TRK, I didn't purposely throw because you said that to teach you a lesson. I just did my best, and Sam won. Good on him. You'll be okay. The community will be okay. Let's get back to Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, that's a new backfield theme. Is that Lost World, the dinosaurs? Yes. Is this Sabersaurus? Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. I don't know if Cool Dude's seen this yet, but I'm sure he'll love it when he sees it. I like it a lot. Nice. Nice. Excuse me. Nice, nice. Yeah, it's a great monster. I have fought against him many times. Yeah, quick effect for a lot of different negate options. That's pretty good inherently, but then he's also got amazing stats. Wind Dragon, level 12. Yeah, he's pretty good. Pretty good. During battle phase. Ooh, slick. Nice. GG. Every week I play with a new card, unless it's like a special event. So yeah, this is my first time playing it in this deck. I played it when I was a little kid, but yeah, I kind of hardly played this growing up. It is a cool card though. That is a cool card from the concept of like Kashtira versus Tearlaments, which is funny because there is a Tearlaments Kashtira monster, so I wonder what side they'd choose during that scrimmage. Unless they find out later. There they are. I love that Medora got a retrain and quite a few Ishizu monsters. Yeah, Ishizu's like theme of having like Earth Fairy monsters is really cool. Earth Fairy, like ancient Egyptian themed monsters. It's awesome. It's a cool variation of Exchange of Spirit. Nice. GG. Okay, I'll be right back. Hola. Oh, Duelist A's not winning against Ryzeal? Do you know Duelist A? Are you good friends with them? I think even if you're good friends with them, wouldn't you want to encourage them? I hope you guys work it out. Sounds like Duelist A's down to earth. Alright, let's get back to ladder. Yeah, Abyss Spike's really cool. I haven't played him in a while. It's cool that player played him. Cool decks, cool decks. What it looked like. I do not know, Ego Milego. You probably know more than me. Unfortunately, probably some like shallow clout chasing campaign from people doing disingenuous hustles. Hustle attempts, there you go. Disingenuous hustle attempts. Your friend the cop. Was that Duelist A? Was that who you were talking to earlier? Well, hopefully you guys are repairing a friendship now. Hey, chicken is a superfood. The chicken and Family Guy's a pretty tough guy. Down to earth. Trying to raise a family. Pretty cool animal overall, yeah. Putting slop in front of things they don't like. What do you mean? Like they're just trying to use that term when they don't like something? Seven minutes on a mechanical bull is pretty good. That's really good. Like on average. Obviously, do it because you want the challenge, not because you're like succumbing to peer pressure or something. But 7 minutes, that's pretty good on average. So we need to probably bait out a negation, potentially. A live bull. That's also impressive for that time on average. GG. Yeah, probably felt like a lot longer. Depends how much experience he has riding bulls and stuff. Sounds like that might be a first time though. Another day, another high tier peasant dub. Oh no. We're just out here doing our best, having fun. Win or lose. Yeah, that monster's design is so cool. Just a cool monster in general. No experience. Well, yeah, the peer pressure part, yeah, definitely I don't cater to that. But in terms of like taking on a challenge like bull riding, that is cool in isolation. And that for that long is pretty impressive. That's cool that he's a light pyro monster. It's a pretty rare attribute type combo. Hola. This looks painful. What, did you get punched by this guy quick? Huh? You're not shock resistant? I'm sure you'll be okay. I'm okay. Are you hydrated? Do a hydration check. There you go. Yeah, it's a bunch of fire or fire thunder and light pyro monsters, which is really cool. You're not hydrated. Oh, you ate more M&M cookies without water and milk? Well, those are good, but definitely try to stay hydrated out there. Okay, who's got immunity here? Okay, this guy can't be destroyed by card effects. Oh, yeah. That was pretty good. So we gotta go after this guy first. Everyone's getting punched by this deck. It's been fun to play against tonight. This is my first time playing against the archetype. It looks cool. M&M cookies without milk is crazy. That's what Quick had last night. I eat M&M cookies without milk all the time, but milk is pretty good. Yeah, milk really is just a great additive to cookies in general, but I don't think you ever necessarily need it. But last night, Quick was like dehydrated almost. From what it sounded like, I was like, uh-oh. You don't have it as an option, sadly. I'm sorry. We got water, right? Destroy the field spell. Let's look. Let's look. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good field spell. Yeah, let's get rid of that. I was going after this guy first, but I was gonna check this card for sure. But yeah, well, let's see. Infantry, I knew to go after this guy, but yeah, I was gonna check. That is a good pointer, though. That's pretty good. All right, so they what, negated Abyss Megalo? Yeah, that's funny. But we can Abyss Megalo again, I think, because the hand is private knowledge. It's actually a really important scenario here. All right, we're gonna try to. Ooh, can they negate my trident? Hold on. Oh, yeah, it's pretty blunt. Can they be targeted with the? Well, and then they could target Kairyuu Shin. Yeah, we need to go a bit more aggro still. We need to be pretty progressive here with building our board. We could go for another infantry. Yeah, I think we should do that actually. I might like Yu-Gi-Oh! It requires you to read every single card and there are so many effects. Excuse me. I mean, there's like a... I mean, when you play the game a bit, you can kind of speed... Like I'm reading this monster and I'm checking for things like immunity. I think some people overthink. Like, oh, Yu-Gi-Oh! Book-long text for effects. It's like, just play the game. I think you'll be fine. Just keep playing. Especially how it's automated like this. Like, you can learn pretty fast. Now, if you go to locals and people try to cheat you, yeah, that's pretty big. People might try to overwhelm you with multiple effects, but you gotta stay on top of reading for sure. But this game helps a lot with that. Because the game is the judge. So it helps you learn more about how effects work and what does and doesn't. You can catch on pretty fast quick. I think you should definitely ladder. It'd be fun. Hey, you might like this new archetype. Nice. Okay, they're all at 25 stats. We could... Okay. Try to hope for them to, like, maybe overlay XC summon next turn. And then go for Virtue Stream. Oh, there's part of Pokemon, or there's part of a Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck not released on Master Duel yet. Hopefully soon. Oh, he's cool. Yeah, I saw him earlier. What a cool design. Light Pyro. Man, this archetype has really... I love that it focuses on two really rare attribute type combinations. I think Konami's been pushing that more and more. Like, we're now at the point where light fiends are pretty not rare now, which is cool. Okay, almost. You know what? Let's wait for them to declare an attack. Farming daily missions? You're farming? What's your mission? Less fertilizer? Riper tomatoes? Wow. You're helping out the world with livestock? Grass-fed cows? But in terms of structure decks, they're pretty well made in Master Duel, quick. So, I mean, I think you could get your cards pretty fast. I don't know if you plan to enter our monthly tournament quick. That is on the 17th, so in like a week and a half, but the rules for this month are first person to 13,000 life points wins. That'll be on Sunday, August 17th. The community Discord will list all the specific rules, but basically you can't do alternate win cons, and the only way to win is to hit that life point mark, or if your opponent decks out. Maybe mark your calendar or something. I don't know how often you do reminders with the Discord events, but I know in the past you're like, oh, I missed it, so just wanted to help out here. I know you've been wanting to enter for a while, that and Pokemon. I do need to update the website tomorrow morning, so... I mean, it's standard format. You just can't win with an alternate win condition or by make your opponent hit 0 life points. That's so funny. You do get those two targets. I do love this card, Virtue Stream. Haha, nice. Yeah, that's a lot of gems. It's pretty good. Well, no, if you hit 13,000 life points, you win. So the tournament in a week and a half is, if you ever hit 13,000 life points, you win the game. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, you got a week and a half, so I know Cool Dude will be there, so it looks like. I mean, you could always just open packs with that set and try to get that there first. GG. Excuse me. Jinzo got mad. I think his his psi wave system is just he actually tuned into the local country station and it was just playing static. He was really looking forward to hearing Life as a Highway by Rascal Flatts, but it wasn't on when I lost the duel. So he's trying to like hear it in the static, but I think he's okay. He's doing fine. He's got the XM radio. Yeah, Jinzo hasn't disclosed his location. Maybe it's in was it Domino City? Where OG Yu-Gi-Oh takes place. Season 2. Actually, a lot of just OG Yu-Gi-Oh in general. Hey, nice. Got what? He got his XM radio in Domino City. Yeah, that checks out. Yeah, sounds right. Yeah, Joey did get Jinzo in Season 2. He used Jinzo against Odeon, and Odeon's kind of overall playstyle was trap heavy with his deck. That was funny. I remember in the GBA game, Worldwide Edition, yeah, one Jinzo was so strong against Odeon on average. Odeon was a fearsome opponent, though. He was pretty tough overall. Pretty sure he main decked Griffin Wing. So players that thought, oh, I'm going to Harpy Feathers Duster his 4 to 5 back row. You can sometimes, but then sometimes he'll Griffin Wing. I know he played Magic Jammer. Nice. It's a cool monster. Earth Cybers, there you go. Cool attribute type combination. I like the ritual monster support. Cool design. Okay, okay. Cool card overall. Nice. Good board control. Yeah, you definitely can get a lot of gems from solo missions. Also, the missions are pretty cool at just showing more of like the stories of the archetypes of Yu-Gi-Oh! There's so many more archetypes they could dive into too, which is really cool. Like dive in and show. I'm sure there's quite a few dual terminal archetypes. I mean, those were pretty story heavy already, so. Yeah, I'm sure you'll find a few, at least. Hey. GG. Nice, nice. Alright, I'll do one more and then I'll play TF2 for the rest of the night. Yeah, that's a pretty good gem return for the average time you can put into the missions. And the missions are kind of cool in general. Nice. They're random, yeah. Yeah, it's cool. It's a cool way to keep something pretty fresh. Like objectives and stuff. I tend to just... I don't really look at missions. I just tend to, like, if I get them, I get them. But they're nice surprises. Excuse me. You know, it'll be like, oh, use 2 equip spells. It's like, oh, thanks, Abyss Megalo. I don't know if that one ever was a mission, though, but similar things to that, for sure. I don't think that was ever a mission so far that I saw. Could be, though. Could be one that I never did or saw. Might have got. Hey, what's up, man? Don't follow the other missions. Oh, at the start? I mean, the other missions seem fine overall, but I think Quick... I'm sure Quick will do some of the missions if he wants to get gems fast. But... yeah, it is good to make awareness of missions overall for getting gems. Pretty quickly on average. Ooh. Nice. Good to banish Abyssing Triana, because that's a card that you can do to get your water monsters back into your deck for both the grave and remove from play, which is pretty great. Pretty good. It allows for a lot of like one-of techs. Like right now I'm actually only at 1 Mega Fortress Whale, and being able to shuffle that one back in even when banished is really good. I do run a 2-2 line of Abyss Gaios and Poseidra Abyss the Atlantean Dragon Lord, because they could quickly try to get rid of like a 1-1 line. So being able to have a backup pretty fast is pretty strong in general. Oh, it's a good board. Do we have Mega Fortress Whale on there? No. We can try to do that. Go for like a general Raiho thing. Let's see if they negate. Okay. Who here? Okay. Do they activate this though? No, not yet. If you activate this effect response. Okay, so yeah, we actually don't want Mega Fortress Whale to get banished. We'll do this. Yeah, there we go. Because if he got banished, I couldn't do this. Ooh, nice. GG. Comfortable throwing games. I mean, definitely don't give up. There are people on here that look like they purposely self-destruct to get like experience points ASAP. I've ran into quite a few from what it looks like. Okay, so next week we're gonna do the Synchro Festival. Yeah, activate a spell and trap were missions. That's funny. Lifetime missions. That is cool they keep track of that. Okay, so I'm gonna go to TF2, but next Wednesday we'll play the Synchro Cup. That'll be fun. Yeah, I enjoyed playing Bottomless Trap Hole after so many years. Like, the last time I played Bottomless Trap Hole, well, I played it in a monthly on digital, but in a physical deck, it was when I was a little kid. Alright, so we're waiting on a server. I don't think we finished, yeah, I don't think we finished the showdown match last night. Whoops, my bad. Yeah, we can't grab it either, dang. That's alright. I am going to buy packs next week leading into the monthly, because there's probably going to be quite a few cards I need to buy for the custom format. But that's usually when I buy a lot of packs. But yeah, Quick, you could, if you're talking to Quick, I mean, it's kind of a nice thing of Master Duel. It's free, and you can get packs pretty fast by just playing ladder. Or like the special event ladders too. Magic room, nice. I wonder if that was like to see if, so they didn't mega evolve their Charizard at first. Honestly, it looks like they kind of baited out Magic Room, but it's just a good move in general. So I'm sure you'll have something, man. You know, my advice is just play. No need to overthink. It's a free tournament, so show up, have fun. There you go. Goes by pretty fast on average too. We'll start at 11:30 in a week and a half. I guess if you're Eastern time, it'll be 12:30 for you. Just do your best. Sounds like a fun problem to have. You're being productive. There you go. This cover is so good. It's by Gabo Karina 96. The overworld theme from Yoshi's Island. Happy 30th anniversary to the greatest game of all time. There you go. It's been fun doing 100% so far, like the 100% run. There's quite a few things I didn't even know were in that game, but by doing 100%, I've been finding new things from it. And I'm not even talking about the secret levels. I basically not seen any of the secret levels for the most part, so aside from one GIF a while back, but of Poochie in front of the lava falls. But other than that, yeah, that's all new. Ooh, got some calm minds. There you go. Ooh, good pivot. Hey, what's up, man? Honestly, I thought I was gonna hear from you till Monday, which is fine, but good to hear from you. You just happened to catch me watching Showdown, because I always do this when I wait for TF2, or I'll play Tetris. Speaking of, we are in the server, but I will try to see if this game's done when the round's done. Yeah, it's like his sixth sense picked up that I was watching Showdown. Might be a new map loading. Okay, we're still here. I was on your autoplay. Gotcha. I didn't even know live streams could be on autoplay. It's funny. So what, you got to hear from Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick Astley? Good song. There you go. Good kill. That was playing in the grocery store the other day. And it plays actually a decent amount at my local grocery stores. It's been like this for years. And I was pondering the other day, I'm like, I wonder if the people in charge of the playlist are pretty self-aware now that that song obviously is a huge viral meme, but the song is so dang good. And it's got that 90s nostalgia for people older than me that they might be targeting with the playlist, that it's like a win-win-win scenario. Because literally when it came out, I laughed, and I'm like, man, this is such a good song. And then, of course, I was dancing. Yeah. Rick Astley's just a really good artist in general. And Never Gonna Give You Up reminds me a lot of, like, Shrek. So, it's like people learn about Never Gonna Give You Up because of memes. And then they're like, haha, meme, haha, let's attempt to laugh at the meme. But then the songs play and they're like, wait, hold on, this is kind of good. Wait, what? What? And then, you know, some of the, gosh, that wave of like kids younger than me in the 2010s. And even now where they're like, haha, Shrek, ha, funny, haha, memes. And then Shrek's playing in the background while they're trying to laugh at Shrek, and they're like, wait, ogres have layers? Wait, hold on. That's actually kind of deep. Wait, this movie's actually unironically funny. Yup. The staying power. Very iconic song for sure. Do I think Dragonite and Flygon would be good friends? Well, there are more than one Dragonite and Flygon, so some of them could be enemies. We could be seeing a left Kit Kat versus... Oh, sorry, it's Twix. I'm sorry. Left Twix versus right Twix scenario here. Amongst some Flygons and Dragonite. Good kill.
We have secured the control point.
Do I hope Flygons and Dragonites get along? Yes.
The control point is being captured.
Like TRK and Sax, hopefully. Whenever Sax comes back. If he does. Sax, I hope you're okay. They are cool Pokemon. You think Sax is cool? Maybe wait for him to say a few things first, then restate that if you want to. I do think Sax deep down is a good-hearted guy, but he's definitely known as the heel of the community. I don't think you interacted with him much, but I know you have in the past. He used to play a lot of Pokemon Highlander, but sadly has been gone for quite a while now. I saw him at the Super Bowl party earlier this year, but that's it. He's basically off the grid in terms of internet stuff. And he's kind of a bit... It looks like he's like isolating a lot, which, you know, that's not a healthy sign, but I'm hoping the best for him. No, this is not like I have a Instagram addiction, so I'm not gonna go online as much. This is like a concerning, he might not be feeling the best, so he's been isolating from his friends a lot. I also just, I have never agreed with that. Like when people say like, do you know how many times I hear someone say like, you know what, I'm just deleting my Facebook and Twitter. It's right for me, and then they like reinstall it a bit later because they realize that, you know, it's pretty nice to have those things in the business world, let alone like things like Facebook Marketplace. You meet someone at a party and they're like, hey, what's your Twitter, right? Stuff like that. So it's all about self-control. If you need to get off social media, just leave for a while or leave more, but hard deleting your account, I think that's a bit dramatic. And often I've seen so many people just have to restart from scratch after a while. It also depends on the context of social media. Like, I've never been a big fan of Snapchat. I'd rather just text people and message. I'm also not a selfie guy at all. And then obviously, you know, that's its own can of worms on what social media can be healthy and not. In my opinion, if we're talking about the big two, which is Facebook and Twitter, it's like, that's really what I've been meaning to, is when I see people say I'm deleting this account, I'm talking about Facebook and Twitter, and I've seen it multiple times where someone tries to act a bit over dramatic, and then I see them make a new account later. Because it's like, in the moment, they're like, you know what, this is healthy for me. And then it's like, wait, I actually want to use Facebook Marketplace. Hold on. Stuff like that. I'm just a big advocate of self-control. New account later. I mean, there's just a lot of things linked with Facebook and Twitter, and you know, it's like you said here with Instagram. I don't even have an Instagram. Actually, I guess because Instagram's linked with Facebook more now, I technically do, but I have a Facebook account. That's what I have. So I guess technically your Facebook account is linked to a default Instagram account or something. I don't know. I the only time I used Instagram was I ran a like Veterans News Network Instagram account for a while for one of my jobs. That was pretty fun. That overall was just about sharing like kind of lighthearted, good stories and stuff. The whole platform was about like raising awareness for veterans. I enjoyed that job a lot. It's what got me my last salary job. But then that job was, in a nutshell, kind of like the poster boy infamous. We're gonna try to overwork you. If you're working 8 hours a day, we're pushing for the 9 hours without a pay raise. We let people go all the time, and then we give their jobs to you and other people without a pay raise. That type of work. So, but it was a good experience overall. It's sad. There was a lot of people that left. If people weren't getting laid off, there was a lot of like upper management leaving when I was there too, which is, you know, a lot of red flags flying everywhere. And I remember this was in 2022, right? And the salary job is content marketing. And so yeah, my salary job was I was writing and publishing a lot of like website content for marketing. Like if you're a plumber, I'm gonna research what you do as a plumber. It's like, oh, you work on sinks and toilets and stuff like that. Okay. Where are you, Pennsylvania, let's say? And then I would just talk about that area. Anyway, 2022 is when AI memes started coming up. And you know how people at first were like, haha, I can make Toad smoke a cigar, you know, with the whole DALL-E 2 generator, right? Well, it was that, and ChatGPT just went pretty public. And I remember at my work, people were talking about like, oh my gosh, ChatGPT can write up, you know, similar things to what our jobs are. And I remember one of my coworkers like joking but not joking saying I'm gonna need to update my LinkedIn resume, basically. I haven't forgotten that. It's like they had some foresight, because look at where we are now and how many jobs are sadly being lost because companies are not having foresight, and they're like, oh, we'll just use AI and not pay as many workers, all while we have economic inflation and more people are losing their jobs, which is really sad just overall. So yeah, that was my last salary job. After a year with them, I was like, you know, again, thanks to my barber, Kelly, awesome guy, great business owner. He was just listening to what I did with Pokemon tournaments, my own game, and just my experience. And he was like, dude, you should like run your own business. And that's kind of how the EaglesPerch.net started and stuff. And it's been fun so far. Oh, happened to a job you don't work with anymore? Are you talking about like people's jobs being replaced by AI, or then are you talking about a job letting people go a lot and then trying to give that work to other people without compensation, like pay compensation? Honestly, it's pay and time compensation they were lacking overall. Yeah. Yeah, the company I worked for bragged about being privately owned in summer 2022, and I remember, this is like, I'll never forget this because of like, one, how much of a lie it was, but also how haunting it was. So I remember summer 2022, they would always host weekly meetings on Friday, right? And everyone obviously attended, whether it was in person or online through Zoom. Now, most of the employees were remote. So the Zoom count, I'll never forget, during summer 2022, the Zoom number count was over 800, right? And this was the meeting where the co-founder was like, you know, one of the great things about being privately owned is we don't have to worry about, he basically was like, we don't have to worry about firing a bunch of people, right? Like, he basically said we have more control over things. And I'm not kidding. During that week, they did like massive layoffs to the point that by the next Friday, they tried to push everything under the rug and not acknowledge much of it. And then I looked at the Zoom count of attendance. It went from like 800 to around a little over 400. Let me get this correct. It definitely was over 800 last week. And then a week later, after the massive layoffs, it was like over 600. Yeah, it was around 25%. I remember around like 25% roughly of people got let go and laid off, you know, all that stuff. I guess there is a difference. If you get laid off, you get the benefits. If you get fired, it's a bit different. Anyway, regardless, there could have been people that just flat out got let go instead of laid off. But it was a huge drop, and you could tell that they didn't reach some like financial goal for August, so they just let a bunch of people go. Like, they laid off a bunch of people. And what's haunting about, again, the number drop is also just, again, how the upper management with smiles on their faces were like, don't worry, the people here are doing amazing. It's like, what? You were just saying similar things to the people you let go. In fact, there was one guy on my work team. He got rehired by them. He left that job a while back, but he got rehired, and because he got this job, he moved to another state. He got like a new place to live with his wife, and so he took about around a week off to move in. And at this job, you're allowed, you know, unlimited paid time off, which of course has a huge asterisk next to it, but they don't say that. So he took some paid time off to go move, but because August they didn't reach like some financial goal, he was on the chopping block because he wasn't around to submit as many like queue tickets, basically. It's really tragic. And again, they push it under the rug. So because a lot of that work is remote, you just saw like a drastic drop of people going from online to offline that work day. And then you see like the notification in Zoom saying their account was deactivated over and over and over. It was sad. It's really sad to kind of just see that happen over and over. You've been sticking to physical jobs for that reason? Well, I mean, physical jobs aren't safe from people being let go either. But with physical jobs, there is that kind of merit of I bet there probably is a statistic about non-remote work having people let go less because people have to physically basically look at them to let them go or fire them. But yeah, with digital, it's like a quick Zoom call and then they can just deactivate your account ASAP. It is funny that they do that because you can tell that at least the company I worked at, they deactivated Zoom accounts and like your company account so fast. And it makes me ponder, one, how paranoid they were about people raging and trying to like grab confidential information before they get fired, or two, or let go. Two, how many times has that happened to where they have to do that now? Like I was always wondering if like some people had giant freakouts and they tried to steal big client credit card type information, which I hope they don't do, right? You need to, if you're being let go, you know, hold on to your dignity. I mean, obviously, you know, respect yourself to like make your stance about, you know, what you see and stuff. My opinion is if you're being fired or let go, hold on to your dignity. Respect yourself too. If you think something was unjust on their end, bring it up. But yeah, definitely be civil. Yeah, I bet that's its own like giant internet thread of people that knew they were about to get fired or let go, so they did awful things, which again I don't support. Like this is just in general, like, are there really bad, awful companies out there? Oh yeah, for sure. Should you sabotage them? Sabotage, you know, that's its own loaded question, but like, let's say you're getting fired from ultra dark evil mega corporation. Well, one, why'd you work there? But let's say it's not called mega dark evil corporation, but then like some undercover spy movie, you find out the company you're working for a few months in, and then they let you go because you know too much, right? Should you sabotage the company? I mean, that's its own like legal combo that you might get into. You might get in deep trouble if you do that. And like I said, you have to regard that even if the company's super bad, they might have clients that are just literally like mom and pop stores and stuff. So Doofenshmirtz. Well, Doofenshmirtz is a pretty good dad. Even though he's an evil scientist, I do love how to this day fans point out how good of a dad Doofenshmirtz is. And honestly, he's not like ultra evil. It's so funny when he gets pretty reasonable with like Perry the Platypus and such. You quiet quit one of your jobs? What do you mean by that? I know quiet quitting is like you're not putting as much effort in until they notice. But when was the tipping point, right? Did you notice them noticing? Was it a sudden fire or like a sudden like them letting you go, or did it take quite a bit for them to finally let you go? You don't have to answer that if you don't want to. I don't know how confidential that is, so. Kill, by the way. This is a good medic get up. Kill. Yeah, complained at when you were sitting while in an empty room. Oh, sitting while in an empty room? That's when you knew they were just making excuses. Oh, you sat slouching forward? Making excuses to what? Like, boss you around? I mean, that is another problem. That's actually, you know, when we're comparing remote and in-person work, you know, one trade-off that remote work doesn't have to deal with as much on average is like power-hungry, overcompensating middle managers that want to look and feel more important than they actually are in a like a societal, like in a like social group. In fact, some of those companies that stopped remote work, they did it because the middle managers didn't want to admit that their job might not be super needed for the company. So instead they're like, bring them in, because they wanted people to boss around. Good kill. They had to find a reason to fire you. It is interesting when a company like, Man, that's its own can of worms. Is like obviously when a company has to list policy things, and then if they, you know, if they try to fire someone and the firing isn't for a generally good reason, but sometimes those companies write up policies to where legally they try to say, oh, yep, misconduct. That I don't know how often they're gonna say something like you can't pick your nose 5 times a day, but I honestly wouldn't be surprised if some bad company said that and they're like, oh, we got you. What's that happened to you? Good kill. Lots of double standards. Oh yeah, yeah. Some like yeah. They're treating people differently. Yeah, yeah. That's an important reason as to why in the United States, you know, for like general education, like associate's degrees, right? The 2-year college degrees, you know, those often require like an intro to psychology course. And in intro to psychology, they talk about the halo effect. And I can't tell you how important it was to learn not only the halo effect, good kill, but how early I learned it. Because the halo effect is literally the equivalent of like you said with the phone call thing, it would be like if you worked at McDonald's and let's say that, yeah, there's a no phone policy, right? I get out my phone and like, hey, you can't do that. And then you see Hillary Duff, and because she's, you know, a gorgeous woman, they're like, oh, that's fine. I mean, what happens a lot, and unfortunately, like every day on average with the halo effect, is people kind of treating others differently if they're genuinely seen as like attractive to them overall. You have to use your brain to kind of overwrite that. There's like this, it's in our like animalistic instincts to, you know, selfishly be like, oh no, the pretty girl's in trouble, I gotta go help her out. But it's like you need to go help out in general, even if that person isn't someone you're into like that. You know, it's tough. It's a tough thing for some. Well, I'm saying it's tough because for some people, it's hard for them to admit they might have done that in the past. You know, it's why people say treat people, you know, fairly, just in general. The golden rule: treat others the way you want to be treated. But yeah, the halo effect's pretty big. You have to really use your brain to bypass that selfish ambition.
4, 3, 2, 1. Mission begins in 60 seconds.
You're a random person? Do you mean random like the things you say? On the opposite end of... I mean, this kind of aligns with the halo effect. I'm not a fan when people call others like...
Mission begins in 30 seconds.
You decide things on a whim. Well, it's definitely important to filter yourself, for sure. It can be easy just to say things, but being able to have some form of self-control can go a long way. But what I was saying is, aligned with the halo effect is, you know, when people try to call others like NPCs and randos, which is already trying to like undervalue them as humans. like, oh, you're just an NPC, you mean nothing. You know, it's like, you know, that is anti-sympathy because, again, we all come from different walks of life. And I say that to people that tell me in like almost like a low self-confidence thing. They're like, why should you care about me? I'm just some rando, you know? I don't know if you've seen Star Wars The Clone Wars. Yeah, one of the most favorite scenes for a lot of Star Wars fans is when some of the clone troopers were out in space dying and suffocating, and Jedi Master Plo Koon went out of his way to make sure that at least a few clones were alive and safe, the ones he was around, and they were like, why are you doing this, dude? We're just clones. And he's like, not to me. Oh, good kill. That's such a good interaction. Kill.
He has received additional time.
Nice. Good kill. Yeah, I mean, the context is if you're like a certified psychopath murderer, like, I mean, actions have consequences, right? Bad actions have consequences. But yeah, in general, it's kind of the whole, like, respect the CEO and janitor in the same way. My philosophy is give everyone equal respect unless it's lost, right? Some people are weird and delusional, and they're like, you have to earn my respect. NPC, you know, like some weird Dale low-tier god stuff. I unfortunately have known someone in person that has said stuff like that, and they were just and have been a joke for many years. Pretty insecure, self-absorbed, and yeah, I mean, you know, treat everyone with equal respect. You know, no one is a quote rando NPC. We all have different walks of life and families and stuff. But, you know, like you're saying, there is a level of self-respect to where if you feel like they're not respecting you, then eventually over time, yeah, you make a boundary. Boundaries are important. That's a big thing. Whoops. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of like respect people equally. But if you feel like they're not treating you with equal respect, you give them a little bit of time in terms of chances. But as time goes on, you need to, yeah, respect your own time and yourself. And then it's going to be like, you know what? Adios, you know? I'm not talking about block them on Twitter. I've never been an advocate of just blocking in general. Really, I think the block button should only be used if it's like on like Facebook, if it's like an advertiser that the system doesn't catch and they're like infiltrating your like inbox over and over, inbox and wall and stuff like that. I guess that's an actual like use of filtering out like basically spam bots. Anyway, yeah, self-respect's big. It's you know, and I'm just talking about people, but if we're talking about like the world of like dating, unfortunately, you know, I've come across people that it seems like they're interested, I'm interested in them, but then I'll catch on that they make me work for their attention a lot. And then when I pick up signs that I might be a gear in the mass attention-giving machine amongst other people giving them a lot of attention, you know, where there's this system of like, they try to just keep like reeling you in to where you keep giving them attention, but they're not actually gonna go on dates with you consistently, and or again, they have a lot of people giving them that attention. Yeah, if you have that foresight to recognize it and you respect yourself, that's when you're like, okay, I'm gonna make a boundary here. And you don't even tell them that. You don't even say like, I'm making a boundary with you. You just do it, and then you take note what they do. Some of them, like, it's like you figure them out, and then they'll be like, rather than saying, hey, where'd you go, you usually hear their friend bring it up later, like, hey, what happened? Stuff like that. But that's a self-respect thing too, for sure. You know, you gotta read the room and have foresight of like, if the other person is just kind of attempting to toy with you a bit, or they're actually interested. But if they're just putting you as a cog in their attention-giving machine, yeah, it's time to make a boundary and keep going with life. I mean, you can be their friend, but the boundary is important. You know, I think it'd be like at least a few years of not initiating things with them, and then as a friend down the line, I guess you could be like, hey, I know you like this game, the sequel's coming out, what do you think, right? But I think that has to be after at least a few years, and there needs to be an establishment that obviously you're not interested in them anymore and stuff. You're glad you'll forever be single? Well, with that mindset, you'll be. You gotta stop talking down on yourself, my guy. I see you do that in Pokemon too. I know you're better than this. You gotta believe in yourself. But you are right that unfortunately that's not a uncommon thing right now. The United States has a narcissism problem, and because we have a narcissism, like kind of insecure arrogance problem, not just with adults, but or like with Gen X and baby boomers, those parents have brought those behaviors onto their kids, which is now millennials and Gen Z people that are dating or just kind of in the dating field. And because it's all about self-absorption and vanity, and you can get instant gratification by, you know, posting pictures of yourself on Instagram, there's just kind of a shallow materialistic priority for what, quote, relationships can morph into or have morphed into. That's the funny part. Actually, a lot of it is no relationship at all. That's the funny part. That's why there's those jokes about like, oh, your Twitter girlfriend, right? Because there's so many people just one click away, one message away from being talked to around the world. And what happens is, because like relationships now stem into just being pretty surface level, if they even become a relationship, a lot of those things that come from genuine relationships, which involve people overcoming their fears of feeling vulnerable, being able to talk more about how they feel about things, like a lot of that is really rare. And instead, if someone doesn't like one thing someone says, rather than them communicating that in a mature manner, it's like, oh, I got 10 other people that want my attention, so maybe I'll give them some attention a bit more now. Just a lot of petty immaturity, which is really sad. It is sad how often it feels like walking on eggshells in the modern dating world. But at the end of it all, do not give up. That's the thing. You can't give up. right? Work on yourself, like they say, but definitely don't be a defeatist about, oh, I'll be single forever. In fact, you're doing yourself a disservice. I'm just talking to anyone, not just you. But you're definitely doing yourself a disservice if you close yourself off saying forever single, because there might be someone at the coffee shop that has been trying to get your attention, but if you close off a lot, you might not even pick up on it. That's its own can of worms, though. I actually feel like the modern dating field, some people are lacking in the quote game. You know how people say like, the dude's got game. It's for women too, because it's a game, not a single player thing. So, you know, there might be a guy that's pretty good at like keeping conversations going or seeing signs of interest, so he approaches someone. But on the other end, I've noticed that for the guys that complain about I don't want to approach, there's also like I've noticed women that it's like they're so accustomed to getting attention, and it's women and guys. There's a lot of them in the dating field that they're so accustomed to getting instant gratification and attention on social media that in person it's not even aligning, that they have to do a little bit of work for the start of what could be like dating. And what I mean by that is like the people that complain on Twitter saying, why didn't this guy see that I was into him? It's like, well, if you don't give a sign, like maybe try to talk about like the weather today, literally small talk at first, or you could act like you're dropping your bag, which could start a conversation, or just look at him and smile. If you're not doing those things, you know, that's part of the game. Because in this day and age, if you don't do that and you're expecting the guy to do a cold approach, or vice versa, the guy expecting the woman to do that, and you're not giving her signs of interest, yeah, there's a huge disconnect there. So those are just facts. You have trust issues beyond the wazoo, but relationships should be taken seriously. Right. I'm sorry you have trust issues, man. I think a lot of people do. And I think this stems back to us, our country, having a big arrogant and narcissism problem. It's me, right? It goes back to the halo effect and like selfish motives, where it's like, you know, a lot of people want something out of a relationship and they lack the sympathy skills to, you know, make sure that their partner is genuinely okay, genuinely respected, right? You know, the jokes about one night stands and ghosting people, you know, there's a lot of selfish things that can happen because people are either scared and or lack the experience of genuine down-to-earth communication skills. And like I said, rather than them wanting to get over the leaps of being scared of, quote, being vulnerable, they have other people in their inbox waiting to give them attention, so they'd rather do something like that. There's just a lot of bad habits that are ingrained, and it's tough. It's also tough because a lot of our socializing has gone to online. When you do go out to the store or the coffee shop where a lot of dates started, especially decades ago, there are a lot of people lacking the quote game. It really is. When people say that dude's got game, that chick's got game, you know, I don't think you hear that as much because you don't see it as much because, again, they grow up already being catered to with attention and praise, good kill, and so there's this lack of like even just teaching someone like, oh, hey, if you find that dude cute, you know, go at least smile at him, find a way to get his attention, right? Or vice versa, you find that woman that's cute at the store, pick up on signs that she might be interested. Obviously you got to be careful, you don't want to harass people, but it's the neutral game, you know, don't play fighting games, and I think a lot of people kind of lack that knowledge and experience. Those are facts. It's just sad. It's just, you know, I've talked about how important integrity is, and it's true. Integrity is being able to do good things without expecting anything in return. And so it's like, some people cannot fathom that. Some people cannot fathom, like, wait. You're saying I have to go to the soup kitchen and not take a bunch of selfies for likes? What? It's like, yeah, surprise. You actually can go to the soup kitchen and help feed homeless people without even mentioning it once. You know when you should mention it? Maybe to like raise awareness, but it doesn't have to be about you. Guys, look at me. Look how amazing I am. You know, maybe just go like, hey, there's this campaign going on. If you want to help feed homeless people in this city, check this out, you know. But that's hard for some people to fathom when they're not involved. And that's the same with the world of dating. You know, the relationship is amongst, you know, two people here. It's not just you. But we have a communication problem as well. And it all circles back to we have a giant narcissism and arrogant problem in our country. It's very much, people are so scared to admit fault in a debate because they don't want to look weak. But newsflash, admitting fault or admitting that you might be wrong somewhere in a debate is an admission, is a character of strength, because then you're like, oh, okay, water does hydrate me. Maybe I should drink that more. Wow. Yeah, very, very blunt example, because hopefully if you're using your brain, you know to drink water. But, you know, there's a lot of people that are scared to be wrong in arguments and debates. So that creates a lot of toxicity in relationships, because rather than actively listening and building upon whatever the discussion is in general for your relationship, you're just kind of like, nah, I don't want to be wrong, so I'm going to take a bunch of steps and circus jumps through hoops to try to gaslight you and make sure you're wrong here, right? Pride is the killer of man and relationships. That's kind of the sad part too, is like in a world of the dying game where it can be harder and harder to even get like genuine dates, right? Even if you get the date, you know, there could be chances that there might not be good communication skills. But like I said, at the end of the day, you still gotta try. You know, keep trying, keep putting yourself out there. It can be tough, but I'm definitely, I mean, you guys know, I'm a big advocate of not giving up. If you're a first-time watcher, don't give up. Yeah, that's definitely one of my big things. So, it's, and you have to ask yourself, where do communication skills start, right? Where do they build from? It's being able to listen in a conversation and not have, you're not listening for the sake of a prepared response. We have a problem also where, because we're so self-absorbed and we have like low attention spans, like very like on-demand attention spans now, you know, people often aren't listening to listen in a conversation. They're listening because they're like, is it my turn to say what I already was going to say? It's like, uh-oh, you know? But that's another thing. Some people feel like if they listen for too long, it's like a sign of weakness. It's like it's not. In fact, it's a good sign of strength. Because you're it is really jarring though when I hear people tell me that like I'm a good active listener, and I'm just like, what? To me, this feels like the average. Like, this is not me trying to boast at all. I am in genuine shock when people tell me I'm a good active listener. And I'm like, we're just having a conversation. You know, we could talk about how much Hershey's chocolate bars are so great alone and with s'mores. And then when I'm hearing like, oh, he actually is listening to what I like, it's like, yeah, isn't that what conversation should be? Yeah. So it's sad. Good kill. And, you know, like my mom says, it's not a one-person job to fix it all, because it's a big group problem. But it, you know, it takes one person to make a big difference. Because if everyone said, well, then I can't make a difference, then yeah, no difference is going to be made. But you know, it's just it's tough. You got to have those self-awareness skills. You got to be like, I should be listening more just to my partner, and that doesn't make me weak. And then if my partner is open to, you know, how receptive I am about like what I see in them and how they perceive the world, like there's something great that can develop from that. So you don't think you're in a good position? You don't need a reward here? Yeah, I think it's, I mean, that's the big thing. That's kind of a big picture, is do good and not expect anything in return. In fact, that's a massive red flag if someone does a quote good deed, but they contract you on it. You know, it's like when you do get in a debate with the person and they're like, really? After all I've done for you? That's a red flag. Good kill. Talk about relationships. Well, you saying I don't see a point is a red flag. Not saying you're a toxic person, but in terms of like something that's alerting me is that form of like giving up. I don't think you should do that. I'm sorry if you felt beaten down, but you know, just like Captain America, you got to keep getting back up. You know, that human spirit is underrated. It's something we need to see more of. So if you can make a difference like that, I think that's really big. All those, like, what is it, memes about being a doomer? It's like, yeah, don't be a doomer. You can be realistic and not be a doomer. Like a realist. You can be a realist and be an optimist for progressive change and pushing for progressive change. You have nice friends. That's good. That's actually another shocking rarity I've learned about lately. Like, again, not just me thinking my conversations are like just normal when it comes to like being an active listener, but when people tell me like I have a good friend group, I'm like, what are you talking about? And I keep hearing that like having a pretty big group of friends that have stuck around for many, many, many years is rare. I was like, what? I was like, is it rare for people to, like, I was like, is it common for people to lose a lot of friends from elementary, middle, and high school and college and they don't stay in touch? I'm not just talking about stay in touch, like, you know, I'm actively keeping up with friends I've known since elementary school. But I found out that as time goes on, like, good, genuine friendships have become pretty rare. And then I look at, like, the correlations of that, and again, that kind of, like, not just self-absorbed thing. Yeah, no, I definitely heard about this a while back, quite a while back, and it was just sad to learn. But you know, it goes back to shallow, materialistic things, and you know, there's a lot of back talkers in the world. Like true, like they act like they're your friends, but then when you're not around, they'll say some pretty awful stuff. And I'm a big advocate of consistently being true to yourself, which means that if you have a problem with what someone's doing, you can be pretty open-minded. You can be, you know, pretty good about communicating that, and it doesn't have to always be a complaint behind that person's back, which that often just catches up to you. You often surround yourself by, oh, hey, a lack of good friends. Kind of goes back to the whole, like, you know, jokes about backstabbers and love you, bestie, and then the second they leave, they're like texting other people in another group chat about how awful they are. Man, what a sad existence if you did stuff like that. You have a small friend group, but they're loyal. Yeah, loyalty's good. Obviously not blind loyalty. You know, it's important. I think a sign of good friends are ones that are able to have, you know, kind of discussions like this, add to them potentially. Good kill. But it, you know, obviously not like there's a red flag in people that are like flatterers and they just do constant flattery, or they're like yes men because they want something out of you. This goes back to how nice deeds should not be contracts. And I've met people that they instantly try to flatter me at first. You know, it's kind of like that typical like toxic frat boy type mentality. Like, oh, I'm new to this fraternity, so I'm just gonna ego fan who I think are the higher ups, and then down the road they'll do something for me if I do that. Yeah, that's not good. And so that's definitely a red flag. And so I think good friends are ones that they're not gonna do like blind flattery for some ulterior motive. You know? It's really interesting because then there's, you know, on the other end there are people that are like, I keep it real, but they're just insecure, awful person. I keep it real, but they just lash out at people around them. You know, it's like, no, keeping it real is when you're like, hey man, I'm a bit concerned with, you know, how often you say you feel worthless. Let's talk about that. Good kill. Blind loyalty is epic. I don't agree. You should not be blind. Loyalty is good, but not blind loyalty. I ain't gonna jump off a cliff with you. Not saying you're jumping off a cliff, Click, but yeah, you got to be careful with blind loyalty. There are unfortunately real life cases where people do become blind followers, and then they like drink poison and stuff from some like religious fanatic that's like, you're gonna see a new vision in the next plane of existence if you drink this.
Mission begins in 30 seconds.
A person that would say that is worth being blindly loyal to. You just shouldn't be blindly loyal in general. Trust. There's a difference between being blindly loyal and trusting someone.
Mission begins.
You know, like, for example, what makes Captain America a good leader is his teammates trust him, right? But it's like, they trust him, but Captain America trusts them as well. It's not some, like, dynamic where it's like, you do as I say, you know? It is a... They understand his strengths as a leader, and that, you know, that's a good demonstration of leadership. But then there are people, like I said, unfortunately real-life cases where they have an authoritative position, and people might not think for themselves that much, and so then they do, like, drink the poison or, you know, hurt themselves out of blind loyalty. Good kill. It's tough because, again, this kind of goes back to friendships and relationships, and it's like, well, the thing is with trust is, with toxic friendships and relationships, it's, again, you do a good deed, that, quote, good deed, but then it's like, you contract it and you're like, hey, remember when I did these good things for you? Yeah, you're gonna have to do this for me now. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's genuine. But yeah, I don't agree with blind loyalty. That's actually dangerous. You know, always keep your eyes open, critically evaluate, think, trust people, trust good people, right? But it's important to question motives. And you can have good friends, that's fine. But you know, unfortunately, you might have someone you think is a good friend, and then they're literally telling you, like, oh man, I just stole thousands of dollars from Best Buy. You gotta help me hide this stuff. I'd be like, yeah, 911, there they are. That's what a good friend would do. A good friend would be like, yeah, this is a bad habit of crime that you're already going down, and I care about you to not do stupid stuff like this, so I'm gonna help you out by reminding you that there are consequences for stupid actions like that. Good kill. Where it can be an issue. Yeah, I mean, it's just blind is such an absolute term. And so I'm not going to abide by such an absolute definition there. I will be loyal to good friends, but never, ever blind. Why would I ever turn my eyes off when there's always things moving around in the world to, like, perceive and then adjust accordingly? Full circle, that's another reason why Captain America is so awesome, is he's not blindly loyal to authoritative figures in his country. There are so many comics, and one of his movies tend to be him going against his own government. Like Captain America 1, 2, and 3, he defied government officials over and over. In Captain America 1, the general was like, no, you can't go save those soldiers. They're too far into enemy lines. What did he do? He went to go save them. And then in Winter Soldier, he questioned a lot of people at S.H.I.E.L.D. And then plot twist, they're Nazis. And then in Captain America 3, his good friend Tony Stark and other government officials were like, sign the accords, and he's like, nope. Dude, he's so cool. Good kill. New Superman movie is like Captain America. Yeah, it's pretty similar. I mean, both those superheroes are all about being beacons of hope. And that's a big thing that Superman's been getting praised for lately, is we need more positive masculine role models. You know, that's a term that I think, ironically, some people with toxic masculinity attempts to make fun of. Is they're like, oh, toxic masculinity, what a meme. So all masculinity is toxic? Nope. They did not say that. You know, if it's criticism about toxic masculinity, that is its own definition, away from masculinity. Do you know what healthy masculinity is? I just said 2 characters with those traits, and it's like, add Optimus Prime in there. Add Luke Skywalker before the Disney trilogy attempt. You know, Obi-Wan Kenobi, there you go. Positive masculinity, being able to maintain good self-control, be strong enough to be gentle. That's hard for a lot of people. Good kill. There are people that they cannot wrap their head around being kind and gentle. To them, they feel like that is weakness, that is, quote, going soft. And it's like, no, it is the opposite. You are showing good self-control, and you are showing, you know, you're putting care out into the world. That's something we need more of. That's another reason why Superman's getting a lot of praise. It's so refreshing because, gosh, how many years did, like, Warner Brothers and all these, like, games keep trying to market Superman in an alternate universe where he's evil, right? Didn't happen a lot, and at least it was, like, alternate universe stuff. But for a while, there's this thing where I remember growing up, and it's true to this day. If someone hates Superman and Captain America, that's a huge red flag. Because every time when someone's like, "Oh, I hate Captain America," I'm like, "Why?" He's Mr. Perfect. He's so loyal to his country. It's like, no and no. That's actually 2 big, you know, contradictory premises you listed that aren't true to that character. Because Captain America constantly defies his own country if he feels like they're out of line and being pretty, like, authoritative in terms of, like, limiting freedom, you know, because he's all about the American dream, not the American reality. And then it's like, he is not Mr. Perfect. That's a big part of his character is, yeah, he's worthy to wield Mjolnir, one of his traits is being a good down-to-earth person, but being a good down-to-earth person is someone that values humility, right? He's not afraid to be hit down, but he always gets back up, right? And the thing with Superman is, you know, some people be like, oh, he's such a Boy Scout. It's like, man, that symbol of hope, that's big. I don't know if you guys ever watched or learned about, like, the Watchmen Justice League crossover comic that came out a few years ago. But they, you know, DC Comics did a big crossover between Justice League and Watchmen. And Watchmen are in the DC universe once they got acquired by DC Comics. And, you know, Watchmen has Dr. Manhattan. This will be my last map, by the way, the next one. And Dr. Manhattan is even more indestructible than Superman overall. Dr. Manhattan can kill anyone at a molecular level instantly, right? Literally like a god amongst men, right? And a big premise to that comic was Dr. Manhattan has a form of basically like depressive nihilism. That's like a pretty common trait with him. And so a lot of that comic was him kind of watching Superman kind of from a distance, and then he talks to him. But in a nutshell, he was like, what is it about Superman? You know, we're both kind of similar. We're both hard to just take down. We're both really, really strong. But it's like, no matter what, no matter how dark the world gets, Superman, you know, keeps flying and keeps helping people. And it was really cool because, yeah, like I said, Dr. Manhattan is way more indestructible than, you know, Superman, like durable. It's just he can kill people faster on average, but yet Superman is inspiring him. It's pretty great. It's just another reminder about why so many people are praising the Superman movie right now. It's something we really need. You know, there's a reason Dr. Manhattan is shown in a lot of memes nowadays, because he's the blue guy that's sitting on Mars. You know, every now and then you'll see the meme of like, well, when I go to the bathroom and there's no Sports Illustrated to read type stuff, and you're just sitting there. You know, he's on those type of memes. And but that's actually a part of his character. Is he tends to feel pretty self-isolated, alone, despite being omnipowerful. He can wipe out Earth whenever he wanted to, but obviously, thankfully, he's a good guy. And so you're kind of seeing that now, where Superman has a more optimistic walk of life, and thankfully, it's looking like it's helping other people. So, yeah, Master Red Flag is someone that hates Superman. Yeah, for sure. It's just sad, you know. Yeah, Watchmen. Watchmen's a good comic. I like the movie they did on it. Obviously, thankfully, I watched the TV version that was a bit censored. Yeah, some of it. I have to give a PSA right now. If you watch Watchmen, there is a like TV censored version. Because if you don't watch that, yeah, there's a few uncensored moments. But overall, it is a good movie. The comic is pretty good. You know, it kind of does dive into almost a dystopian cynicism with superheroes. A lot of complex characters and superheroes. So it's been interesting to see them interact with like DC comic characters. Darker world with high moral fortitude. Moral fortitude, that is an interesting term. Huh. It's pretty deep. Just overall. You think both have a time and place right now? Optimism is much more needed. I mean, you can, you know, it's like I said, you can be a realist and an optimist. Some people think those are clashing ideologies, but good kill. I mean, you know, when you're a realist, you're able to accept the realities that are going on right now, but that doesn't mean you have to tolerate them as a constant. You can be proactive for change. Kill.
Captured.
Nice. Okay, so we actually ended this map before 11:30. So my kind of rule of thumb is if I say last one, I usually predict it going a bit beyond that. So we'll do one more. Let me get some coffee, but we'll do one more map. Yeah, I like almost always drink coffee during live streams. I fall asleep on accident pretty fast. So I could just, I mean, gosh, I've been streaming for almost, or actually over 2 years now. And yeah, almost all those streams I have coffee. I can just like, once I lay down in bed, I can fall asleep pretty fast. You would think like, oh, is that like some superpower? But it's a double-edged sword. You got to be careful when you don't brush your teeth early, and then you're like, oh, I'll lay in bed for 5 minutes, and then got a lot of plaque the next day. Hopefully don't become cavities, so.
Mission begins in 30 seconds. Mission begins in 10
Yeah.
seconds.
Yeah. I mean, it adds up. It's one of those things where, as animals, our instinct is to notice when, we tend to have instincts that notice, like, when another animal gets something we don't, and then, obviously, like, our selfish instincts are like, ooh, I want that, I want that, I want that, but it's harder for us to acknowledge when something gradually takes something away from us over time. Good kill. So, like, if you don't brush your teeth enough, you might not notice at first, but then, yeah, you might lose some teeth. We're not getting really any instant gratification from brushing our teeth at night. I mean, I will say, like, thank the heavens that whoever really pushed for toothpaste made them centered around, like, mint-related things. That's why whenever I hear people complain about mint ice cream, and they're like, oh, it's like brushing your teeth, I'm like, do you hate brushing your teeth? Do you brush your teeth and go, ugh? I'm like, yeah, you don't swallow toothpaste, because that's not made to be a food that you swallow. It's not sold as food. But mint ice cream is. That stuff's good. No, I do not swallow toothpaste. That's why they they say to like gargle and then spit. You brush, gargle, spit. Yeah, it's definitely not recommended to swallow toothpaste. I mean, it's okay if some is swallowed while you brush, but yeah, I definitely don't recommend intentionally swallowing toothpaste. Kill. Nice. Good double kill.
Mission ends in 60 seconds.
Good kill. Nice. Good kill.
Enemy has received additional time.
Nice.
Has received additional time.
Good kill. Nice. Good strafing, good kill. Oh, good strafing by the soldier, but the spy too.
Mission begins in 60 seconds. Mission begins in 30 seconds. Mission begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. To the car!
Good kill. Nice. Good kill.
Attention. 5 minutes left in the mission. 5 minutes left in the mission.
Nice. Nice. Alright, let me finish this Pokemon game. Oh, did we? Wait. Oh, uh-oh. I guess it closed out. Is there... Okay. That's alright. Looks like a cool game, though. Alright. So that'll be it for me tonight. Thank you for tuning in. I will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow night for TF2. So it should be a lot of fun. Stay safe out there. Stay hydrated. Adios. Yeah, GG's. Have a good one. Have a good week.